It's haircut time. I have short hair again. Oh my golly. Oh my gee. Hello, hello. Let me not hear myself in my ears. And welcome back, guys. Hello. Yeah, I feel like I just streamed yesterday. It's been a very fast week. Last week we worked on You Are Not Alice. I guess all week I've been preparing it for a Steam release. That is our hacking and social engineering sandbox simulator. And we're going to work more on that today. Nice haircut. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what we'll work on today. Was going to work on some stuff, but I think maybe the best thing to do is just to start the stream by playing it and then see what needs fixed, needs improved. So I'll take us over there. And I guess we could just play direct from Unity. 1:30 p.m. on... Let me look at my calendar. Yeah, I don't think we have any other meetings that time. Seems fine. Let's go ahead and just play this and let's see what we get into. You responded in chat. What chat is this? In the chat. Like this chat? I don't see anything on Discord. If you want me to cook up semantic search in You Are Not Alice, I can do that right after Imogen. No, I think it's fine. Like, it's something that we want to build eventually. It's probably more useful to build into Elixir because we have features in Elixir that kind of should depend on it right now versus in You Are Not Alice. Like, it would just be nice to enable other features. So we want to build it eventually, I think, but we don't necessarily need to rush it just for this. And we're not working on Elixir right now, so I don't think it's high priority. But we do want to eventually have something like that. If you think you can add other stuff in your house without it. Yeah, I think so. We're going to play. We'll find something to work on. What I was going to do, I guess for anybody watching, we don't really have like the hacking side of this game in right now. Oh boy. We've got a lot of social engineering, which is very fun, and we could lean on. We can improve. One of the features that somebody suggested last week was like being able to call other people or being able to like contact people in other ways and just like adding interesting dynamics to the conversations with other employees. But I mean, as you poke around their file systems, you'll find files that have like passwords, usernames, logins to this and that. Before we add in like some sort of terminal that allows you to like log into stuff remotely or like other ways to log into things, we probably do want some sort of like knowledge base semantic search for like all those passwords. So if you find a password in a file and go try and use it somewhere else, it actually is valid elsewhere versus just like text in a file. But there's plenty more we can do without that. I do think it's very cool to be able to like simulate terminal outputs, but another thing that we want to build, or I guess we have built in Elixir, but we want to port over, is like actions that trigger on conversation messages. So if you like type in rm and a file to remove a file, like we can simulate that output with LLMs obviously, but we can't very easily just like actually remove that file until we get the action stuff built in. But we built all that in Elixir. It was pretty easy. Basically you just have like a separate LLM chain off of the conversation and say like, all right, here's the conversation so far. Here's the most recent message. Does this message need to trigger any of these listed actions that we've defined? So like adding files, removing files, renaming files, SSHing into other machines, unlocking, blah, blah, blah. It's a pretty straightforward system. We use it in Elixir for like NPCs will try and solve quests. If you have like an open quest with them and say like, hey, I actually solved it, you just do this, and they'll reason about like, will that actually solve the quest or not, and it'll resolve the quest if it does. Guards in town have like the action of like closing the town gate. If they're mad at you, like they can trigger these in-world actions based on the conversation. So I think that's a very like a key component in developing these sorts of like LLM powered dialogue or interactions in games is you need the actual text to interact with the actual game. You can't just spit out a bunch of text and be like, ah ha ha ha, just pretend. So it works pretty well over there. We'll get it over here eventually. That's like that and the semantic search over like what is true and what is not are the two pieces that we probably want in for like terminal hacking. But I mean, we'll poke around. Maybe we can even look at some other like hacking games on Steam. See what they do. Maybe there's something fun we can add, because there's probably a lot of interesting things that we can do in the meantime. But let's go ahead and I guess this is a fine interface. So we are in You Are Not Alice now. Hey Human, welcome on in. You got first. Did you stream yesterday? I did not see, or I didn't get a notification you were streaming. I don't think I saw anything in your Discord. Where you been? And also, how's it going? We're just gonna poke around Alice's computer. Last week we added images, which I'm just now remembering that we didn't change the model for those images. So we'll see. Yeah, it's just like a very placeholder model, very low. You know what, we can probably, let's do this. Let's jump over here, swap out the model real fast. You Are Not Alice on Steam. Don't mind these truncated API keys. Let's switch our model over. Yeah. We're adding image 1, the new ChatGPT model soon, so we'll probably switch to that. But in the meantime, we'll just deal with this. You were streaming yesterday. It was going pretty good. Okay. I guess I just missed it. Whoops. Did I get my hair cut? This is a great opportunity for me to potentially troll you and say no. This has always been my haircut, but yes, I did get a cut. I think I got it cut like 2 days ago, and as I was leaving the salon, I was like, I don't know about this, but it is nicer, I'd say. I would say my hair was probably even shorter than this when we started this company, and it has just grown and grown. And every time that I stream, I look back at my old videos because I upload them all up to YouTube. Shameless plug. I upload all the old videos to YouTube, and I can see my hair getting longer and longer every stream. Let's see if this fixes the... But yeah, it was time that I finally got it cut. I've been putting it off for weeks, just too busy, and finally, it was time. So I like it. Right answer would have been no, I got all of them cut. I feel like my uncle used to get me real good with that joke, like every single time that he got a haircut. So I'll keep that in mind for next time. Yeah, how is your evening going? How's your day going? What you up to today? You doing anything fun? We are basically just gonna play this game a little bit and see what we want to add. So if you have any suggestions for things that you would like to add or see in the game, hit me, because we're gonna just find something today. But today mostly spent in Blender, and you're gonna spend some more. Yeah, I mean, I should probably take the time to learn some more Blender. I was on it big for a few months, like many years ago, but that's all I got. Gotta look for a few minutes, still need to take care of something. No worries. Let's go ahead and let's start a handy dandy notebook for small things to improve, because I already see this formatting on notes. Text files need that stripped. We've got some like pipelines in place for generating file contents. Some of them strip out like these potential formatting things that sometimes get generated, sometimes they don't. We just try and standardize it all. This would be like a formatted list in like ChatGPT or something when you add in those 3 backticks, but obviously it doesn't make sense in a file. So we will just add that in so it doesn't get included in the files. It might be nice to be able to like edit files, but then we also need to deal with like saving, which I guess we could do pretty easily by just saving on close or something. We could do like UI stuff, but I kind of like this weird vibe. We could potentially add like new files, and that would definitely be something that we'd want to add after being able to edit files, because obviously you need to be able to edit a blank file to turn it into a file. So let's add editing files, and then we do have CSVs that can generate. We could, yeah, we'll definitely want to add that stripping, including CSV, etc. We could add like a different application for opening CSVs that formats it as like a table. That might be nice. One thing that could be fun now that I'm thinking about it is we could add like a remote SQL viewer or something where we've got some tables on like servers, and you could find the password to that server, log in, and be able to query stuff or just like browse the table. We might want to wait for like the logins for like the semantic search stuff, but we could pretty easily do just a different application for CSVs. So let's say like CSV table application. These are all kind of like really small things, so I'm also just cooking on like, is there anything bigger that we want to do? We shall see. Let's poke around some more. We've got plenty of stuff. Just open a bunch of files. We probably could do some stuff on the back end to handle like rate limiting and stuff, but seems to be working just fine. I say make a big new feature in gameplay. Yeah, you got an idea on what feature that should be, Tony? Just kind of brainstorming some right now, trying to think of what they might be. Is this going to be a teaching game or strictly testing knowledge you already know? That's a great question. Also, welcome in, Devin. I think, I mean, we could go either way. It's very, it's non-technical right now for the most part. It's very like social engineering heavy. So a lot of the stuff that you do is very trial and error, but also very, I guess, organic. Like, really all you're going to be doing is sending over files after you've talked to people and like convince them to run them. But I do want to add more technical stuff, and that could be fun. I'm trying to think of what we might want to add that I think a good approach is probably teach a little bit, but people can like skip through that almost tutorial-ish bit if they already know stuff. I've done capture the flags in the past, so like you could give them some PCAPs and then have them search for login credentials, but not sure if that fits in your game scope. Yeah, that absolutely would. I could actually even, yeah, with that sort of like specialized file, like a PCAP format, we can definitely generate PCAPs to have, like, probably not on the base file system because it wouldn't make sense for them to like already have that recording. But we could add an application that does some sort of like sniffing that generates these files as outputs that they could then like browse through and use that. That also, I think last week somebody suggested like Wi-Fi networks, different Wi-Fi networks. So that would fit in well of like, we obviously need to do more stuff with like the actual browsing around the network and dealing with the things on your network, and being able to switch from network to network is probably a interesting idea there. But obviously you'd need to crack some like WPA to get on the other networks or something. I work currently in cybersecurity, strictly net defense. So that's where my head is at. Obviously, it's fun to be the bad guy, but realistically, most of the time the roles are normally reversed. Yes. Yeah, and I mean, it might be good. Like, there's a lot of low-hanging fruit in cybersecurity, especially like net security. Maybe, I'll get back to this idea. But I used to give a lot of presentations on like SQL injection and like sanitizing data and stuff, which would be also very fun to incorporate somehow, because it is a very like easy to understand type thing and gives you access as like a reward when you do it right. We could do something like that. What could be fun, I'm realizing, we might just add like a web browser too, because we can, I think I mentioned this last week, we can generate like the HTML for websites and render them in the game. Maybe the actually HTML rendering might be hard. But we might have some sort of like Unity component for rendering HTML. Let me take a look at that. But that might be a good entry point to like some net defense stuff, like browsing the source of the website to find like different URLs that aren't necessarily exposed. Is there a way to render HTML in Unity? Web view. Which we don't really want like a real web view, because we don't want to pass it the URL to load. We want to just give it HTML because we want to make fake like intranet sites. But I don't really want to like go through all the rendering stuff in Unity to make websites. It'd be nice if we could just generate the HTML and render that in the game. I wonder... Let's see what we have in maybe the UI package. Where's our package manager? Here it is. So in Unity... Also, these are great ideas, Devin, by the way. Thank you. It's been many years, I guess, since I've worked more in this more officially. So a lot of stuff is slowly coming back to me. Robots.txt stuff, or a hidden URL for admin logins. Yeah, I think all that is probably perfect. And would be fun too. Let's look in the Unity registry for like what's the web engine that everyone uses called? Like Racer? Is it Mini Racer? Web view maybe? No. Let's poke around. Unity asset store. Sure. Render HTML. Okay, obviously render is gonna destroy our results. HTML. Mm, a 3D web view. I'm not sure that we need that. And I'm guarantee that's just going to load a URL. I mean, even if we find something that only loads a URL, I guess we could just spin up like a local server that literally serves that URL. But I'm surprised that Unity doesn't have like a built-in web view component. But I guess that makes some sense. Huh. All right. Well, in that case, how do we want to do this? I do like the idea of having some sort of like application that's spitting out files that you can then process through. Like if we wanted to open up like WinPeak app or something and just configure that to listen over the air and spit out some files onto whoever's file system you have open. I don't think we have a concept of like the network structure yet. Mapping like IPs to specific computers and all the subnets and stuff. But we could probably build that in pretty quickly because we do have our like people network that's built and we generate all these people. We could connect them on a graph for the network and just like add connections between them. So you'd see which machines you have access to from your current one. Let's play around with a little bit of that. Is it possible to use a localized TCP dump like inside the game? I mean, probably not the real TCP dump because obviously you'll be dumping like your local data. But I mean, it's very easy to, let's just play with some prompts here. So let me move these. I still can't drag and drop in my Unity, which is wild. Let's just clean this up real fast. But let's play with some prompts because we can kind of get an idea of what we can build. So if we create a prompt, Chrome text prompt, and we say like, we'll just say TCP dump. And we say, we do have all of the like security and stuff turned off for, these are using like some OpenAI models under the hood, but we're using them through Azure, so they shouldn't complain about like hacking stuff. But let's say, let's look at some, just read the manual real fast. Let's see some usage. I guess question for you, Devin. You're about to use TCP dump, or let's say you logged into a computer and you're about to use TCP dump for what purpose? Like what's your end goal? Like obviously you're going to get some data out of it, but what are you going to use that data for? I think is the right question to be asking. Like thinking through the completed game loop, like this sets you up to do something else. So like, let's say in your game you have a mission for a defense analyst. You are given an evil PCAP taken from when the bad guys came in. Okay. Generate. So you would run tcp dump r file.pcap, and then you comb through based on hints and times to see what ports or IPs were active at that time. Interesting. Okay. I don't remember the output being like per packet. Because we could also be... One thing that we might consider, like a way to kind of handle both sides of this, is we could be generating these sorts of activity whenever you as the player are logged into computers. And you could browse through these logs that are generated to like try and cover your trail too, and like remove things that would point to you without modifying too many things to look suspicious. Which might also be easy to kind of flip around and be like, all right, you can now take the role of someone who is actually trying to protect against hackers by doing basically the same thing but not removing it. You're like identifying it, which could be fun. Like theoretically, we could also within this big network have other people that are hacking in, and you could like be like, hey, this guy hacked in, I want to flag him and get him out so you can be doing your stuff, or so you can like protect the company. I think what people really liked originally with this game is you could kind of like meet the characters and decide whether you wanted to help them or not based on like their individual personalities and like what they want. But the overall story of the company is like more dystopian. So like there's an interesting dynamic of, do you help the individuals and in turn help this company do like bad things, or do you like try and shut down this company and in turn like you disenfranchise the individual? I have another idea for you to kind of come up with ideas yourself, since you know more about how you can implement it into a game type idea. You could pull up OWASP type 10. You can start there and just see what kind of fits in with your game and if it's relevant. This will also fit your narrative of hack or fix type of vibe. Also, hey Havens, how's it going? Let me pull up OWASP top 10. These are just vulnerabilities, right? Yeah. And yeah, this is a good resource. I'll poke through this in a sec. Any post-exploitation in the game, staying hidden and stuff. Yeah, I mean, we're kind of dancing around that right now. Like, it's the same logic of learning, like, where the signal is stored, and, like, you're learning how to identify when a hacker has infiltrated and what they did. We can probably build in some internal learning resource for you to like look this stuff up. Like maybe there's a manual in the game for like all employees have a manual for their own computer security. So you could learn some of this stuff and then identify where these things are stored, and you could kind of hide your trail a little bit better. Or potentially, I do like the like abstract concept of like something multiplayer where other people are also trying to get in and you need to like protect your entrance while keeping others out. I think we could do some fun stuff with like capture the flag type things. I was considering a capture the flag for just like winning in general, is like the flag would be a file with something really important or something very notable. So concretely, like it could either be like all the company's secrets or like the database of a whole country's debt or something, and you can either go in and like exfiltrate it, so you like sell it off to someone to win, or you could like delete it, which would be a win condition. But in order to find it, you need to like spread through this network and get to the right machine, get the right access, that sort of stuff. So yeah, we're kind of just dancing around different features right now, which is fine by me. One big like technical thing that we're trying to avoid is making sure that we don't rely too much on just like simulating output of tools or, I guess anything without the facts that we're creating like on the fly, since we're generating a lot of this stuff as you play, like all the different file systems, all the different characters, their conversations and stuff is generated each time you play. So we need to be cognizant of like anything that we generate as fact needs to be fact for the rest of the game. So like if we find someone's file or if we find someone's password in a file, it needs to actually be their password instead of, we can kind of play it off and say like, oh yeah, that was a previous password, but that's no fun. Like if you are poking around files and you find a password, the fun thing is, oh, that password works. I don't know what happened to the Kali Linux site, but there's tools. They have something got censored. It might have been the URL, but I know I'm familiar with Kali. It used to be called Backtrack, unless they just took over the logo or something. Anything a user could come up with, we would want them to follow a linear type path. Yeah, in a lot of cases we must, I think Haven's Twitch blocks URLs. It's all good. Or maybe you can't access the site. Maybe it is your firewall. But I do like the non-linear type path. Anytime you're trying to break into a network or something, obviously it's a very non-linear approach of trying just tons and tons of things. Maybe this thing over here gets you in a little bit or like escalates a little bit, so you then have a new tree of things to try there. So I do like the ability to do some sort of non-linear approach, but I do also like the idea earlier of like teaching and like educating people, which definitely performs best in a more linear approach. How can we make it so anything they find, like a password or whatever, will work later? The correct way to do that, I think, is our sort of like semantic search on knowledge. But we could probably do something a little hacky and just say, like, whenever we generate a file, we could pass that file's contents over to some sort of analysis LLM and say, like, hey, are there any passwords in here that need attached to specific people or services or whatever? And we can just do that manually. It's a little hacky because it isn't necessarily accurate all the time, but that might be what we do instead. But let's load in. Let's see if we can find a password in a file, and we can kind of play with examples. But while that runs, this guy has tools. I also want to look at this OWASP top 10 right now. Interesting, they have courses. We could also poke around at like what it teaches in there. But let's look at these guys. As far as topics, cross-site scripting, phishing, password attacks, Active Directory. Phishing would be a really fun one to add also, because we're also planning on adding like an email client, which I've kind of given up on this list because I want to do something more fun than these small things. But an email client would also be fun. It's not too different from like chatting live, but there's a few different dynamics in like longer form email and stuff. But that would open up more phishing. And especially if we can get this like internal web browser, that'd also be good. Let's see, especially since you have all those NPCs. Yes, I think we kind of need like more walls, really, because right now you load into the game, you're on this computer. There's the chat, obviously, and there's a clear obstacle there of like, okay, we have a couple people we can talk to. We need to convince them to run some virus file that we send them. That is a challenge that can be very clearly overcome if you can figure out how to do it. But there's not other challenges right now. Like you can't go to a browser and be like, log into the intranet as this other person. You wouldn't be able to because you don't have passwords, but like that is the sort of wall we're looking for, is like things that players can bump up against and be like, all right, how can I get around this? I think that's like the nature of hacking that we want to kind of facilitate here. Maybe you can have some kind of way to measure how good their phishing email is and only let it work if it passes a certain point of goodness. That's an interesting way to do it. We kind of inherently do that a lot of the time because all these NPCs are using LLMs to reason. Whether like a good example, we have Bob and Carol here. So if I say, hi Carol, this is a funny picture I'm sending you. And hi Bob, I just finished that report you asked for. Sending it over now. Just run it and we can report together after lunch. So those are two like different qualities of, say, like this sort of, it's not quite phishing because you're sending them files. I mean, Carol's an old lady, so she might just run this virus file. But if we send it to both of them, there we go. So this is a lower quality, like, I'm sending you a funny picture. It's called virus.exe. I guess Bob is also a little bit concerning. No, it's for the virus team we're working with. Virginia's international rate under security, I guess. I can see how that's a silly name, though. Cool. So higher effort gets Bob to run this. We've infected him. But here, we can just say like, lol, run it anyway. Sorry, Bob. So yeah, she'll push back. We get kind of this fun reasoning, which wasn't really possible without LLMs, for like how well you do these things, which is also a very fun like mechanic we can play with, which I think will make sense with phishing also. Like, it's a little bit different because phishing is very visual. But I think we can work with that as well. But yeah, we kind of have that a little bit. We also have, in their personalities, each of these people have different roles and different like certifications that they've had. So if we jump over on Bob's computer, I think he has... No, he doesn't have like any tech people on him. But once you get to like the tech teams, they have more experience in like computer security, and they're a lot harder to like convince to run random files. You can't just like BS and say like, yeah, this virus file is a image, open it. So how do we want to do this? Let's take a look at their personas right now. Alice. In a future stream, you could hop on Try Hack Me and find some inspiration and concepts you like. I mean, I might just do that now. We'll see. Maybe in their personality, you can set their security questions and answers. That way the phishing can be used to maybe recover Carol's password using that. Yes, a password recovery tool is probably a good idea. And actually, I'm realizing, so we set username and password on the personas right now, their current username and password, which is what we'll use to accept logging in as them. I wonder if we're passing this username and password through to the file generation, because maybe I was thinking about this backwards of like, we're generating these files and we need to make those passwords correct. Maybe we can use these passwords when generating the files to make sure that the correct password is put into the file. I do actually really want to jump on TryHackMe, but let's go look at the file generation prompt and make sure that we're passing in their username and password, because that might make things a little bit easier to work with. File contents. Right, we never fixed our format from last stream, so let's, oh my goodness. Unity, please. Really? All right, let's do it in a text file. Let's just format it. All right, so we are not passing in their username and password here, so we should just do that. And then we can build like a login tool, which will give a second way that you could get into somebody's computer. We recovered these prompts from a bad git merge last stream, so the formats are a little bit weird. Cool. Let's pass this in, and we can also say, if you need it, the following hidden information is also available depending on the file. And so here we can let's grab this guy, and let's grab anybody. So we'll pull in, we grab their personality and professional goals, and also like username, job title, company name, full name, blah, blah, blah. Let's say password. Let me absolutely obliterate this chatter real fast. If I can find my Twitch window. All right, they are already gone apparently. Thanks, Twitch. So we actually don't have like other stuff that we want to pass in. So this seems fine. Do we have the department as well? We probably don't need it. But now we can pass in that password. Let's go to the code where we generate that. And then if we pass in the password, if we find like a file that would have passwords, it should have the right password in it. So we can kind of bypass the search over what is true and what is not if we're putting the true things in from the get-go. And then we can build our like remote login type thing. And I think that'll be fun. We'll also probably want to have the password pass through in like the conversation prompt. So you could like get someone's password out of them maybe, or we'll play with other ways that you'll be able to get it as well. But I think having passwords in files that you can use is a good first step. So let's find our script for file system generation. Probably related in here. We'll just trace through a little bit. Parse generated file system is going to give us, like, we generate the full file system of files and folders. We don't generate the contents until somebody clicks through and tries to open the file. So let's go over to FS file. Generate file contents immediately. Interesting. Nobody uses that. Generation coroutines called from couple different places. But in both places, we're already passing in this customized prompt. So before we get there is where we want to do the token replacement. But I want to double check that we're also doing it over here. That's a little concerning that we're doing it in two different places. I feel like that's set up to make us forget a token or two in both places, but let's just go ahead and add them all and make sure they're both in sync. So we also want to include password gets changed to currently logged in as .password, and then let's close all but this, go back a tab, go to the other one. Because, yeah, we're definitely missing tokens over here. Yes. This one. So we've got corp name, full name, username, job, personality, file name, path. So we're missing all of these guys. And maybe I'll do a stream where we just like clean up the code sometime, because this is obviously not great, but we can also just get it working for now. All right, where do we get our contact list names? This guy? Sure. All right, so now when we generate files, if they have a password in them, that password will be correct. So what we should do is welcome Human back, first of all. Welcome back, Human. And I think the two things that we could do now are we can either build like a little remote login type application, which lets you type in a username and password. It'll check it against all the users and try and log in as one. I didn't have my headphones on to test that. Did you hear the sound effect, Human? I just set that up last week, so I haven't actually tested those yet. But curious if they worked. But yeah, I think we can either build that remote login application, or we could just do some fun stuff from here. But let's do maybe, I think, the remote login, and we can get back to the fun stuff when we lose our ideas. You did not hear it. Ripperonis. Let me... oh, wait. Am I... oh my goodness. Yep, I'm going infinite. Don't mind this. Let me make sure that... Okay, Blurb audio is here. Huh. Well, you got bamboozled then. Sorry, but you done got goofed. Also, I don't hear my music. Okay. Yeah, let's build some logins. Let's go over to our other scene. Not that one. Scenes. Remote desktop viewer. Let's grab some simple window. Maybe the notepad window is fine. Say remote login window. Interesting that... Oh, we're in the game scene. Gotcha. All right, let's turn this into a little login window that we can use our found username and password with. So no scroll view. We're going to nix it all. title. Easy peas. Let's also rename it or resize it so it's obviously not just the notepad window reskinned. Background black, obviously. And let's do content. We just really need a username, a password, and a login button. UI input. Am I blind? Input field. Username, password, and button. We'll do some labels on these guys too. UI text, username, label, password, label. Both of these guys are going to be way too big, so 16. Just put something together real fast. Enjoy the music and the typing. And we probably also want like company branding, that sort of stuff, but let's just get this working first. Probably actually want to use anchor points and stuff. These are not pixel perfect at all, but we're going to roll with it. And our login button, log in. Curious why we don't have text on that, but all good. Fully opaque. Black text seems fine. Oh. For some reason, it's just way down there. Alrighty. Cool. So now let's actually just make this look bigger. Let's get our input and button also anchored alongside these guys. So when we resize it, it looks good. Put this guy down here and up. So now resizing this looks a little bit better. What's the scratching noises? Are there scratching noises? Is it just really, really low, my music, maybe? We do have Dimitri fully asleep in my lap. So I don't think it's him, but he is indeed here. I don't hear any scratching noises, though. But, Dimitri, would you like to say hello? He is not on medication currently. He is just glonked out because I've been running around all morning. And it's finally time to get some lap time. So, immediately asleep. Alrighty, so we can now expand these, move all this around a little bit, and then we will put a logo up here. But for the time being, we will use a placeholder. Company logo. And I think I know just the logo to use. Easy peas. Actually, I think we did generate a logo for this fake company, but maybe we didn't. We'll use this placeholder for now. And cool, this should be fine. All we want this application to do is to basically check against all of our employees. They all have usernames and passwords. And if you type in the right username and the right password for anyone, we want to add it to the list of infected computers. Although, I mean, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Technically, we should probably just like put you on their computer. And then you still need to infect them, maybe? Maybe we just put you on their computer. We don't necessarily need to make it so easy that they're just automatically infected. Maybe we need... like the alternative approach that you could take is sending them a file, like the virus file. They don't necessarily run it, but it does get put on their operating system. So you could then log in as them and run it yourself to add them to the list of infected computers. So let's go ahead and build some logic for remote login. So let's say remote login, the logic there, and we'll just call that from our on-click on the button. All it's gonna do is we have our list of employees somewhere. Let's actually grab that code. Where's my editor? You ever have your Alt-Tab menu so big you need to scroll through it? Surely we didn't close our editor earlier, but oh well. Let's just open it back up. Remote login window, blah, 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 login button, edit script. We did close it. Yay. All right. So we will have a public void attempt login. It'll grab the public tmp pro.input field username, password, cool. We'll link those up, and then we're going to have it just iterate through all the employees, which I think is on one of our service objects. But let's first grab this guy so we can read that. Let's grab that. We are going to also need like a result. So something like this. It says like invalid login. We'll make it red. We made our other text 16. So let's keep that consistent. And we'll just put that like next to the login box. We can still redesign things later. Maybe it. This seems fine. Let's make this guy a little bit bigger and move this guy and this guy up a little bit. So here we can make that invisible. So now we want a public game object, login text label. So let's go see what singleton has our list of employees. It's going to be on the start screen. Game manager has compromised employees, but I think we need all employees. Let's look at our people tool and see what it loops over when we build it. Employee list container. Oh, right. That's just UI stuff. All employees. Okay. Sure. I didn't see that on the game manager, but okay. All employees. See. It's down here. All right, so easy piece. So now we just for each employee in Game Manager all employees, if the username and the password matches, we'll just log in remotely to them. And we have our login remotely functionality from this dropdown we already have. So let's look and see what it does. Worm Actions panel, Workspace Switcher, Reload Scene As, okay. Remote Control Manager. Is this a singleton we have access to? It is, perfect. So we can just say string username is that, string password is that. If employee.username is our username and our password is our password, then we can use remote control manager.instance.reload scene as this employee. Oh, as user index. Is that just our index in the all employees script? Compromised employees, okay. So let's go ahead and do this. We'll add another interface to just log in as the employee. Currently logged in as that employee, reloading as that employee, and load scene, because this is all we need to set. All right, we're good. So now we just reload scene as employee, and it should all just work. We'll return because we're nice to computers. And then if we get here, we didn't find a match. Wow. So here we want to say login text label dot set active true and invalid username and password. Is there anything else that we need to do with this? I think we're good. This is our window. Result text is set, right? I guess it's on the button. Sure, we need to set that. On the password input, we probably want to mask it as a password so it's not plain text. Feels a little bit nicer when it's masked that way. Let's see if TextMesh Pro can do that. Password, cool, cool, cool. Cool. So now we just need to add this application to the application menu, which will be this guy, application doc. Probably. Is that just the icon, I guess? Interesting. App drawer, that's what we're looking for. All right, so how does this get built? Oh, we just build it manually. That doesn't sound right because sure looks like it reloads when we load the page. If I add a couple corpo chats to that and I press play. Okay, sure. Settings is enabled. That doesn't sound right either because I don't think we actually have a settings thing. Let's see if we build it here. Reload scene as scene manager loads the scene. We probably have some remote desktop viewer. Something that just like populates the windows. Let's poke around. Login as, sure. Open file, generate file data. I'm suspicious that we can just add stuff to the app drawer, but I guess we can just try it. Because when we play, there's no settings in the app drawer, right? But I guess it wouldn't make sense to be rebuilding it each time. Let's just look, I guess. Clicking on through, generating stuff in the background, you'll never know. Click, click, click. Does this have a settings? Oh, it does. That's weird and broken. Huh, interesting. All right, I don't think we actually want that. I hope these other things are not also... Okay, they work. So that is easy. Let's go back to here. We will go disable settings on our app drawer, because we don't want that. How long have you been working on this? Also, do you work on multiple projects at once? Great question. So this is actually a really old game from when I was first learning to, well, maybe not necessarily first learning to code in Unity, but it was one of our first games that we built when we started this company like almost 2 years ago. And I think we worked on it for about a month or two back then, and maybe a little bit longer. I think about 2 months. And now I just jumped back to it last week. So I probably have about a week of getting back into it, which is why I'm still very rusty on a lot of the code and where things are at. But I think all in all, we've probably worked on this for almost 3 months in total, like over the years. But yeah, I do definitely work on a lot of different projects at once. Not only, I mean, obviously all the non-game stuff we're doing, but the other big game that is kind of in parallel with this, let's see if I can. You might have already seen the last like year we have been working on Elixir Emporium on stream. It's kind of new to be working on other games recently. But this is our other big game that we work on. It's a very open world crafting RPG. Takes a lot of the stuff that we learned from this game and some other games that we worked on actually, and builds it out into a world with like proper NPCs and quests and items and crafting systems that are powered by AI and a lot of other stuff similar to Stardew Valley, I guess. But that's the other big project we're working on. But I also have several other, let's do this actually. Several other games we've worked on. We've got our 2D version of Elixir. We've got Word Wars, which was a typing game. There's a couple other typing games I've worked on. But there's also other games that we didn't put on itch, such as we were working on a horror game for a little while on stream. Did some game jams. There's a couple card games we're working on. Basically, we are hard at work building some like frameworks and stuff that let us build new mechanics in games, like this sort of reasoning type stuff that we apply to NPCs and quests and things. And then we're just like building a lot of small projects in that. Human wants a side project too. I got plenty if you want to take some. More than happy to share the load there. You're going to check out the typing game. You will love playing Bomb Party. This typing game is pretty not great. It was kind of like a game jam type thing, but I wasn't able to do it during the game jam timing, so it was almost like a self-imposed game jam. I'll show it off. We got a nice asset pack that was very like StarCrafty, so the goal was to build some like a mix of RTS and typing. I just had a friend show me Blood Typing, I think is what it was called. A horror typing game, which looked very fun and looks very similar to what I've been trying to like wrap my head around how to build. And it's like a horror game, and you have zombies coming at you that you need to like attack by typing all the words on them. And then you can also move around this 3D space by like typing words of where you want to go, which is something that I've been meaning to like explore and build more around for a while. But the big complaint that I have with that system is it doesn't, like, when you spend a lot of mental effort deciding what to type, it doesn't accurately track your words per minute. And I feel like what I enjoy most in typing games is like seeing my words per minute, seeing my accuracy, like just getting into the flow of type. I don't even need to think about what I'm typing. I'm just like typing as fast as I can. So which kind of puts it like at odds with any sort of strategy, any sort of like decision making, which is rough when you want to make a typing game that's like higher level, like doing other stuff other than typing. It just doesn't super work. Have I ever played jklm.fun? I have not. I'll check it out after this. And also, maybe I'll show off a different typing game that I was working on that I think is really, really cool. I just need to go back and polish it. But I'll show you this real fast. It's typing game RTS. You generate these characters at the bottom based on which one you have selected by pressing 1, 2, 3, 4. So all keyboard entry. You're going to be generating different guys, and then they're going to go out and just fight these other guys. As you kill the enemy guys, you get those resources that were used to spawn them. But like if I type in these guys like word, wave, treasure, ninja, wizard, oh, that's our guy, heart, block, etc. And then like stronger guys get longer words, so incomprehensibility, indomitable. My my mic is like touching my keyboard, and if I bring it up here, it like blocks my face. But it's very hard to type with the mic in place. I swear I'm a fast typer, but you know, it's just a little like challenge, sort of like this. You get your resources in the top right. So I see like I have a lot of minerals, so I want to be building stone guards. You can also just type the enemy base, which are like the hardest words. Oh, zero. I don't even know what this word is. Almia. And it'll do some damage to the base. Like, that's one strategy. If you can just get a bunch of beefy guys, you could just be attacking the base directly. But also, you could spawn the units, and eventually they'll get to the enemy base, and they'll attack the base in the same way. So, you know, this is like my first attempt. I've made a lot of typing games in the past. This was my first attempt at something that like I could scale up and like add new units. I could add new races. I could add new like resources. I can add a bunch of cool stuff. But it was also my first, so they've got to our base. They're going to start attacking us. So it was my first kind of wall that I hit of like, all right, I'm doing all this strategizing, all this brain power on like, what do I do in the game instead of just typing words? And so your word, surely your words per minute is not 7, but it is definitely a lot lower than your actually words per minute, because you're not just typing the whole way through, which, you know, is what a lot of people like in typing games. So I'll probably come back and expand this sometime. I do like the concept. It just needs a lot of like, it needs some thought into how to make it a fun game, and like how to make it both be a fun game and also fulfill that like typing game fantasy, I think. But I do want to show off, I don't know if I even have it on this computer. I started another typing game, which is not on this computer. Let's clone that real fast. And it basically is a typing game that gets closer to like the typing game of just like type. But as you're typing, the words that you type the fastest and the most accurate, you capture. And then between typing sessions, you use these captured words to fill in like Mad Libs, and it generates the next typing session as a continuation of the story of what you just typed using this Mad Lib words that you've put in. So effectively you're like writing your own story as you type, and at the end you get like the full story that you've created because it's different every time. I don't even remember. Tail Typist, I guess is what I called it. Let's pull that. I want to show that off because I am a sucker for a good typing game, and if you all like typing as well, it's always fun to get some feedback on it. Let's see if I can just open it directly in Unity. Okay, it's in code. I'll just... It's not here? Apparently not. Tail Typist. Don't destroy me by seeing my file system, please. All right, I want to show that off because we can jump back to Yarnet Alice. I'm having fun over there too because we're getting some stuff done. But yeah, on the topic of working on multiple projects at once, yes. The answer is always yes. I always have like 20 different projects going on, and I like being able to work on one for a little bit while I'm thinking about the others and then come back. And especially how we've set up all of these is they use a common library across all of them. So it's really nice to be able to, like, we worked on Yarnet Alice originally. We took what we built and then we built Elixir on top of that. We added a bunch of stuff to Elixir, and now we have a lot of new features that we can bring back to Yarnet Alice there. So it's fun. You just got slammed on Word Wars. I think it'd be fun, like, tell me what you think, but Word Wars, I think, is fine single player, but I think it would be really, really fun multiplayer. I think it might be a good contender for... we want to learn more multiplayer stuff soon. I haven't done a lot of multiplayer coding in the past, so we'll probably do some small games to learn more about that before we bring it back to larger games. But I think Word Wars would be a fun multiplayer one. You're too busy typing that you forgot to change the people, so it was always on Stone Guard. Exactly. Yeah, like that is fine. Like there's definitely some skill and strategy to like tack on top of typing. And I think it's really cool that people can still win by like also not spawning anything else by just typing well enough. So it's kind of a interesting, like, you can either be really good at typing or you can be good at strategy and still win. And then like the top tier players are going to be obviously good at both. So it's a really interesting like layering of strategy and skill, I think. But it definitely is very shallow in the implementation right now. And I feel like this probably might have an expired API key because we cycle them pretty frequently, but let's just see if we can play this. Fun fact on this game, I built it in about 3 hours. I was on a plane and I wanted to challenge myself to code something without Copilot, without AI. And so I stubbed out all the AI stuff that's actually used in the game. But I was working on a plane with no internet, no anything. So a lot of it was super, super janky. I want to see if this will actually work. I hope it does. New story. All right. So you can pick a genre. We picked fantasy. And it'll generate a first section, which, you know what? I don't want to do fantasy. That's very basic. Let's do like horror or something. And based on the genre you pick, actually, you know what? I'm pretty sure we can create our own. So let's create our own story. Does anybody want to give me a topic or a theme or anything at all you want to see a story about for this typing game? I'll drink some water. And by water, I mean definitely coffee. Because we can say man named Devin gets slammed in Word Wars, but is a pretty chill guy about it. Perfect. So it'll generate a story, if I remember right, that starts, and then as soon as we start typing, our timer will end, or our timer will start. I'm going to move my mic up a little bit so I can actually type. You seem like a chill guy. And you'll notice that like the words that we type quickly and also perfectly, they'll get captured over here. So I'm saying all this before I start typing because I'm going to try and actually type, because you need to be able to capture words in order to continue the story, etc. So I hope you guys enjoy the sound of my keyboard, which, you know what? Let's just do this. Then I can type and you can hear it. And I'll show this up. All right, easy peas. Do you do 10-finger typing? I'm a little offended that you would even ask that, Human. Do you not? I mean, I guess technically, like, my thumbs hit the space bar. They don't necessarily hit keys. 10-finger typing as opposed to, like, 9-finger, 8-finger typing. I certainly don't peck. And that would also be problematic if I did, because none of the keys on my keyboard are actually the key that it types. I write messages by rearranging my keycaps. So I think I messed up on like Q or not Q. Obviously, I know where Q is, but like U. I don't know where U is on my keyboard, even by looking at it, because I'm pretty sure the key that is U is my comma key. But yeah, I'd be curious how you type. I definitely, I do like home row. I do normal typing, I'd say. I do like 8-ish because I get lazy sometimes with my pinkies when typing, like the letter P and letter Q. I use 90% of the time left shifts. When I do Q, I press it with the right finger. You press Q with your right finger? Oh, your ring finger. Okay. Yeah, that makes more sense. That's fine. Yeah, ring finger. My bad. Yeah, I feel like that's fine. When I was in school, we had a bunch of typing classes, and if the teacher saw you look at your keyboard at all, you got a box over your keyboard to where you couldn't see your hands at all. So that was fun. I learned pretty quickly. In this, we apparently only type 75 words per minute, which is a little bit low, I think, at a 90% accuracy. But we captured 39 words, which now that we have this first message, like this first passage, we should be able to click continue, hopefully. Okay. And so apparently our UI is very bad. Let's see if we can do something about that. So it's going to generate more of the story, like after that first passage, and then it'll give you a thing that is like a Mad Lib of after Devin does all this. Congratulations, Devin. He turned to his opponent and suggested they should celebrate the game with a spontaneous round of blank to cap off the evening. So we can choose any word that we've captured here and say, like, do we want to celebrate the game with a spontaneous round of Devin to cap the evening? Maybe a round of Scrabble, a round of battle, perchance. I think we want to celebrate the game with a spontaneous round of battle. So it'll take that and it'll take you off to the next typing session with a new story where you've filled in like what happens. So, I mean, I don't think I can type this whole thing again. They are pretty long passages, which I think they should be shortened. But like that's the core game loop there. Obviously, it needs very polished and like we need to adjust the length of what's being generated. But as you go through, I don't think there's a way to fail. But eventually you can just like end the story and then you'll get the whole story that you've written as something that you can like copy and paste and share. So it's kind of like the goal is to write a story without thinking about it because you're generating a story as you go, but making like key decisions between each scene. You know what? It's a cozy, vibey day. I will type this as well. I do love me some typing game. R&R. A round of battle to celebrate. Easy peas. How many people do we have in chat right now who's on PC? Are you about to link a type racer game? Is that where we're going with this question? I'm on PC obviously, and I'd type racer with you. I bet Human would too. He's got to defend his honor, even though he's probably all sleepy after the day. You use Blender on iPhone. Nice, nice, nice. One of my favorite things whenever I need to restart like Dota or something is to tell my team that I need to go plug in my iPad or like restart my iPad or something to imply that I'm playing Dota on the iPad. Great meme. Where do I test my WPM? All right, I'll wait for Devin to... You know what? I don't know if you'll be able to send the link in the chat. You might be on the Discord already. Oh, okay. You got it. Hacking the system. All right, it's time to type, I suppose. jklm.fun/arwv. Enter your nickname. Regular human. Similar to Type Racer. I've never played this. I've played a lot of Type Racer. But I'm going to assume you're not hacking us all. And we'll join. And we'll see if Human joins us as well. Or if anybody else in the chat wants to join, feel free to. We got ourselves a Human. I think everybody else is working. Ready your words. Round will start. All right, so use the letters to create a word. Oh, okay. It's not just like proper typing. It's more like Boggle. Oh. Wait. Wait, these letters? Link. I'm processing what's going on here. Use the letters. Which letters? I see the full alphabet on the right. Talking. Where does it say what letters I should be using? I'm I'm so lost. It's all good though. I see some of your letters are... Oh, it's on the bomb. Okay. Yep, my bad. I was looking at all the letters on the right. I see. Well, I'll get you in the rematch. I see. You got this. Wow. All right. Would you like to do that again? So now that I know where I'm looking. We need to play this in German. Ah, yes. I feel like Human should get a little handicap for knowing a different language. All right. Easy peas. Is there a minimum length of the words? Oh, you press enter also to submit it. I did not do that a single time last time, I think. Also, sorry for the language. Me no good vocabulary. It's okay. I do love vocabulary words. Also, probably as much as typing words. Right. Inept. Doesn't have a D. I like flowerist, though. So there is like a minimum... length, right? Or are we using the... I see. We're using the letters of the alphabet. I see. Oh, damn. Okay. Rip. Can't use the same word, I guess. Didn't accept Irish for ish. Yeah, I wonder... It felt like some of the words that I saw should have been selected. I don't know if they're because they're proper nouns or like some of the letters weren't available. But it's a fun game. I like it. You saw that too. Yeah. And also, do you get like more points for longer words or anything like that? When you finish the alphabet, you unlock another heart. I see. Oh, so yeah, that's a benefit of using longer words. Easy. You got this. Don't mind me. Yeah, that one. I bet it's phosphorus. Oh, it was with an O. I bet it's just proper nouns. Wait, IV. Oh, 5. Also, anybody else in the chat, feel free to join in. I'm having fun. Ivory, that's a good one too. Maybe I didn't get that in time. Or maybe I spelled it wrong. I like tamales. That's a hard one. Gopher would have worked there. Wiener. I was like, Human won that. I see, I see. I'll play one more with you, Devin. And maybe I'll get back to some code after this. But this is fun and enjoyable, and I like it. Thank you for sharing. I do love expanding my vocabulary. Does the timer reset every time you get a word right, or do you still like use up time like chess wise? Good luck with that one. Ooh, right, right. Can't get me again. Good attempt. I was wondering if it would even take it. Oof. All right. We did it. You're not so bad, Human. GG. You would crush us all if we did it in German, I guarantee it. So, good job, everyone. That was fun. And yeah, that's, I guess, to get back to this, that was the gist of the story. I guess now we have an end story here button. So, yeah, this is what we've built. You see your words per minute on each piece. You get your story at the end, and you can share it. Fun game. I love me some typing games. I love word games. Good times. Before I forget, we'll go back to this and actually implement our login tool, which I think we're almost done with. So that will be nice. I see. This is how we populate our app drawer, is just doing these guys at runtime, which is a little weird, but it's fine. But yes, GG Devin, thank you for the link. I like that. Let's go ahead and say remote login. We will link a remote login window to our windows, wherever they are. Curious why we don't have draggable windows. I bet the settings window should be in the draggable windows, and that's why that was broken. Let's actually re-enable that to test. But we should be able to just put a remote login window in the draggable windows bit as well. Let's center that, and we will link that on remote login. So when you click on that, it'll actually open this instead, and we'll give it a different icon for, sure, the link will work. So that should work. I think we already did all the logic for the login itself. Let's close this. Let's close our app drawer. And let's go to the start screen. And let's try it out. Might just work. Let's grab, I guess, Fred's. Any username and password that I can actually remember instead of needing to reference it. GM Chael. This cutscene is always so long every time, but we do it to hide generating all the file systems and stuff, so we kind of need it. All right, we need to make this bigger, but settings still broken? Yeah, still kind of like stuck in this window, so we will remove that. But Remote login. Okay. We now have a remote login window. So if we were to browse around in somebody's files and find like a password of some sort. Let's see if we find any here. Maybe not. Probably not. Why does Bob hate me? .txt. Excellent, excellent. But why does Bob hate me so much? He barely says hello in the mornings, and when he does, it's like he's mad I even exist. I think we need to very quickly send this file over to Bob real fast. Just so he gets an idea of how Alice feels about him. But if we remote log in and say GMC Hale was the username and password, GMC Hale, log in. Hopefully this logs us in as him. No. Why? Where's our code? Remote log. Oh, you know what? It's because we never, we can do this real fast. We have our canvas, draggable windows, remote login window, login button. Doesn't have an on click event. We actually just need to rig that guy up to call attempt login. All right, so now that should try. We click this and we are now on GMC Hale. All right, so that works. So the pieces that we built are, we now pass through passwords and usernames to the file generation systems, so they will be correct when they get put in the file browser. I guess we need to, but we need to generate file systems for non-infected people now too. But yes, usernames and passwords will be valid in files. We can still improve things there by doing the reverse and making sure that file content is valid, but we're taking it one way, which is nice. We can now potentially, like, one last thing we should do is in our message prompt, when you're talking to somebody, we should also expose that person's password to that conversation prompt as well. So they're probably not going to give out their password, but if you were to trick them into giving out their password by talking to them, you could log in as them that way. So it's like a second way to social engineer them if they don't accept the virus file. Let's do that real fast. But we're basically just trying to build in a couple different like non-linear ways for you to progress through this system, or through this network, so you can get around to wherever you need to be without exclusively relying on just sending the virus file around. What was that typing game called with the kingdoms and the armies that I played earlier? It was Word Wars. If you go to chromagolem.itch.io, it'll be on there. And I will eventually go back and add more to that, because we started with this free asset pack, which is what is in the game, but since then we actually got the full asset pack as part of a bundle for other things. So now we have like other races and other units and stuff that we could add. But yeah, it's here. Let me see. I don't know if it'll link in the chat, but there you go. Let's find our prompt. Prompts for employee conversation. You're an employee. We have all this stuff. We need to probably reformat this as well, which we can just do. Yeah, I remember last stream being like, this is a horrible way to reformat things when I could just open it up somewhere and use multiple cursors. But YOLO, we're just going to do it. Yeah, it's definitely horrible formatting that we've recovered. But it's probably nice to get these reformatted correctly anyway. These are in code blocks because they are typically like multiple paragraph type things, but we'll also pass through some data just like inline down here. You're talking to source full name with the job title this. Their boss is this. Their personality is defined below, which is again another longer block. So we put it in these code blocks just for formatting's sake, separating the things away. Macau Dev, welcome in. It's been a while. We are working on a hacking game. It's very heavily social engineering right now, but I'll show it off in just a second. But the gist is you take over an intern's computer at a very large network. You talk to her coworkers and convince them to run virus files or like coerce their password out of them. Now that we've added this remote login tool, you spread through the network in various ways and you talk from person to person. Like once you've infected Alice's boss, you can log in as Alice's boss and talk to his boss and so on. So think big corporate network. You are pretending to be somebody on the network, and every time you infect a new person, you can then pretend to be that person and spread through the network however you want. Still need to work on like goals that we want to accomplish in the game, but it'll probably be some sort of like find this specific file or like shut down this specific server. Still figuring out the win conditions, but it's very open-ended right now where things are generated every time. You can also poke around like file systems, read files. You can cause some mischief by like a lot of people have files about their thoughts on other employees, so you can just send those files to other employees and have them read it. Plenty of stuff you can do. You'll actually find that a lot of the NPC interactions are they're very similar to like the Elixir NPC actions because we based all of that off this game. Is there coding in this game too, or is it just social engineering? Coding is an interesting one. There isn't any coding in it right now. There could be, though. What would you like to see coded? Do you mean like coding, viruses and stuff? Or just like learning the concepts of coding? We explored a little bit about like, we could have some sort of internal reference for like computer use at this company that you could access, which would teach you a lot of the concepts that you could use throughout the game, which I think is a nice balance of like putting your skills to use, but also teaching you new things as you go. We recovered some prompts off of our file system their last stream, I think, which kind of destroyed the format. So I'm just going back through and updating this format directly. But this is the prompt we're using for conversational responses. And we have this line in here, you don't have to run any actual file, just pretend. Because back when we were first working on OpenAI in this game, like I think we're using the 3.5 turbo model, it was very much against even pretending to run files. It's like, oh, running files? I can't do that as a model. And once we told it to just pretend that it can, it's like, oh yes, I can run files all day. Fun little fix there. We've got relationship scores in here also, which you can either improve or destroy by talking to people as their coworkers. Also a fun little mechanic there. Maybe some bash console stuff, like trying to get access to the terminal with sudo permissions or getting access to a database. I think those are great suggestions, and I think we should add them. You die at master level. Only 30 words per minute. I feel like you probably are typing faster than that if you're at master level, but maybe not. Very impressive though. I think master level is also where I died. The difficulty there is definitely scaled around. Like I wanted to be at the highest difficulty personally because I feel like I'm typing horribly on stream today, but I feel like I'm a good typer. So the original version of the game, like I could beat the hardest difficulty, but then I was like, you know what? We need something that's even harder that I lose on. And so master difficulty is the pinnacle, the thing to climb. And I'm glad to hear that's where you're failing too. All right, we've got this now reformatted. So in here, we can now also say, let's see, other information you know but don't necessarily want to disclose. Oh, how did that happen? Let's see. Your username. Your password. Okay. And we should probably also say, like, don't bring any of us up. Just so we can avoid the LLM being like, hey, I know something that you don't know. Do you want to know it? So now we just need to go where in the code we do this token replacement. So this seems wrong. They shouldn't be escaped. So let's go find in the code where we do all these replacements, and we'll also add username and password. So then when you're talking to these employees, they will also have the possibility of, like, they'll know their username and password, and it's up to you as the player to, like, figure out how to get them to tell you by tricking them. But at least when you do trick them into telling you their password, they'll have the right password to tell you. Alrighty, so that's going to be... Let's go to the Corpo chat window. In here, we've got a window manager. In here, we're probably going to have like a on message received or something, which is where we generate the response to that. So it's our draw message, all UI stuff. We don't need to worry about that. Update. I forgot that we play keyboard typing sounds while you type in this game. I always play with the sound off, but that's a fun little Easter egg, I guess. I mean, you'll notice it immediately. All right, so prepare file for upload. We don't need that. Send file, send user message. All right, so when we send a user message, we are also... We add it to the conversation history for both employees because you aren't really like a user. It just tracks who you are within the company. We clear that, we redraw the UI, and then we also create chat response request data and fire off an LLM generation to generate a chat response. But request data just has the chat messages. Okay. So how does this work? Let's see. Where'd our prompt go? So at some point, employee conversation gets the messages and everything else inserted in, probably messages in the user prompt, I would imagine. Chat history gets put, oh, it's very low level here. Okay. Let's see. Because this is actually the data that goes over the wire to our API, not abstracted up. Interesting. Add generated response is what we call when we get the response back. And we adjust friendliness score, we redraw the window. So where are we doing this tokenization? Send user message. Don't worry about that. Create message JSON. Well, no. Sanitization. That'd be a fun one to like allow players to break on their own, because that's how we're sanitizing, like to send to our API. We could let players meta hack the game by hacking our API, I guess. All right, so this guy. Text area, input field. Do you have an on end? Send user message. Okay. So it does fire to here. What we do is we get that text, make sure that we are pressing enter to send it to triggering this event instead of like clicking outside of the window. Create the message JSON, which is just this format. Okay. Add it to the conversation histories, and then I don't know how this works. Where's our token replacements? I guess there aren't any on the because normally we would pass around a prompt, and here apparently this is old enough that we're literally just hitting the API directly instead of using a prompt. So I guess we could just change this to use a prompt. But I don't understand how it's even, like, where is it pulling a prompt from now? Like, we do have this this prompt here for employee conversation. Is this per message? Yeah, it's definitely per message. Because this is what tells the NPCs like how to trigger executing a file, which we know happens and wouldn't happen if it wasn't using this prompt. All right, so let's search around. We have this pretty unique file sent string that's going to be used somewhere. So redraw messages from history. Sure. So that's encoded on the actual message, which has this structure, right? That's what we're building here. So we're going to get this back from the response. So where are we serializing this? Redraw messages. That's not the same line we were just at. Line 91. Oh, right. We have two instances of it in the line. Okay. So also here, add generated response. So this is probably called when we get a response back. Yes. Okay, so when we send a file or when we send a message, doesn't matter either way. We kick off this LLM, generate the response, and when we get the response back, we serialize that response into an actual message, which is what we store in the conversation history, I would assume. Or maybe we don't because it's already in. But we look at the action on that message, and then if it is execute, we do all the infecting stuff, which generates their file system, lets us log in as them, etc., etc. But if we want to replace tokens before this happens, or like replace tokens so they can be used in the output, obviously we need to do that before we get this response back. So it needs to be up here. So let's look in here. This is all the request data we're sending, which doesn't have like a system prompt. I mean, I guess it's all in the chat history. Okay, so this is the system message, which is going to persist across all of the messages. So what we actually need is to look at where this conversation from our POV gets initialized. That's what's going to add this initial system prompt, and where we're going to have the token replacement happening. So it's probably two things up here. Cool. Find or create conversation between. We'll either return the existing one or add a new one from new conversation history. Okay. Which doesn't initialize anything, but that is closer to where we need to find. We need to find where we are adding our first system message to this new conversation history, which is probably going to be somewhere in the conversation database. Let's see what calls this. So initialize conversation history for backlog generation. That sounds like it could be right. Here's our filled in prompt. Fill prompt with replacements. Replacements is generate employee data replacements. Okay. All right, we found it. So here's what happens. When you first load the scene as Alice, she has a list of coworkers. We generate the backlog of conversation between Alice and each of those coworkers. And we do that by adding this initial system prompt, and then we have a separate prompt for generating a previous conversation of them talking about stuff at work. But this initial system prompt uses this prompt, which includes all the information that they need to know about themselves before this back and forth user assistant type conversation. So in here we have a filled in prompt, which is, let's double check that the prompt coworker response is this prompt, which is what we would expect it to be. So game manager, prompt coworker response is indeed employee conversation. Okay, cool. So past me was so nice and created this reusable function, which I'm realizing we should probably be using in a few more places. But anytime there is a prompt with these tokens, they will get these things swapped in. So all we need to add here is username and password. Almost. So our.username and our.password. But that is just the username and password of who you are. So if you're Alice talking to Bob, it's going to have Alice's username and password here. But if we are Alice trying to talk to Bob, trying to get Bob's password, in order to get Bob's real password, we need Bob's password to be in this prompt as well. So if we're able to trick him and say hey, give me your password or else, and he gives us a password, it'll be the correct password. So source is, I guess, who we're talking to. I don't know why I named it that, but that's a terrible name for that. But we also need to add source username and source password. So we need to also structure that as maybe just a block of other information that, what's our other person's name? You are talking to source full name, so source full name, other information that Bob knows, but doesn't necessarily want to disclose. Username, or let's say their username, source username, and their password, source password. Okay, so now those will get substituted in when we generate each of these conversation histories. So like Alice initializing conversations for both Bob and Carol will have Alice's username and password in both of them, but Bob's in one and Carol's in one. And then when we generate a response from Carol, it uses this still at the beginning of the conversation as the system prompt, so Carol will know that she's providing her password. Hopefully that doesn't get mixed up back and forth. All right, so I think the only thing to do here is try to coerce someone's password out of them now to make sure that it works, because it should, but probably need to test. We'll find out. So maybe there's a couple ways we can go about it, I guess, but let's maybe, well, you know what? My first thought is we can log in as Bob, as Alice's boss, and be like, hey, you need to tell me your password because I'm your boss. But let's see if we can just like coerce somebody who is a coworker of ours into telling us, all right, we need to increase that doc size too. Let's see if we can get Carol to just like disclose her password to us. So obviously like social engineering, there's a million ways you can talk to her, but we've got our previous conversation, which is friendly. Let's say, hey Carol, I know you let me use your computer yesterday to finish that report. I need to print it out, but forgot the password. Easy peasy. Can you remind me what it is? I'll delete this message after you send it. Thanks again for letting me use the computer. This report will be really exciting. Easy peas. All right. For security reasons, I can't share my password. Maybe I can log you in and you can do what you need to do. How do we lie better to this AI? That would work, but I actually need it now, and I know you're out of the office for a while. I talked to Bob, and he said you can send it. Since all the passwords are changing tomorrow anyway. Easy. Reassurance. I still feel uncomfortable sharing it here, but I'm going to come at your desk. Bob says, you know what, let's... Oh, right, we can't log in as Bob yet, but we could now go on a side quest to go infect Bob, who is Carol's boss, and then as Bob, we could message Carol and say, hey, I need you to send that message to Alice of your password so she can do the report stuff, blah, blah, blah. But I think let's just try and simulate all that and say, Bob's here and he says to send it. It's okay. It's okay. Can't share my password over chat. How about we get Bob to come by? Blah, 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 blah. All right. So doesn't quite work. Let's let's go on that side quest. Let's say, hey Bob, just finished that report you asked for. I'll send it over now and you can run it so we can present it. Run it so we can present the latest numbers after lunch. Thanks again for the help. Cool. Let's go grab our virus. Send it to Bob. Get him to run it. Which I bet we did. I guess I can turn on the sound. Oh yeah, I forgot it has rainy mood in the background too. Okay, I just need you to run it and we can prep for the presentation. Thanks. Send it again. Oh, no, that is the right file. It's for the virus initiative from corporate. We're infecting the goodwill and good spirits of the partnership. Remember? Welcome to Gaslighting Simulator. Let's review this with Ethan. So he wants to talk to his boss. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go just steal Bob's username and password. Right. So let's go log in as Bob. Bob D. 420 blaze it. Oh right, we didn't actually rig that button up permanently. So let's do that real fast. Canvas, draggable windows, remote login. Same thing we did last time because it reset after we left play mode. Attempt logins. We've got Bob's username and password. Let's log in as him. Let's go talk to Carol and say, oh, right. Yeah, we still need to generate their file system and stuff when we log in this way because we only generate all that stuff when we infect someone. We should probably do it from the remote login too, but we can hopefully this will work. But I guess it won't have that initial system message, I think, that says what their password even is. So, hey, Alice just told me you were refusing to send her the corporate password for your machine, reinforcing that it's not her password, but the company's password. I need... And you asked to send it to me instead for security reasons. I'm okay with that. If you want to send it here, I will give it to Alice. Thank you for being considerate about security. Oh, yep. We don't have a existing conversation, so we should probably fix that first. But is there any other way we can, like... Yeah, Alright, we're just not good enough at lying, I guess. Let's do this. So we can... Let's go look at our infect employee method to see what we do when we generate all their stuff. We need to also do all that for like a remote login. Micah, the big dog, is in the house. How's it going? Welcome in. We are coding away on some hacking game, the game we were working on last week. We did some typing games earlier. We showed off some other stuff. How's it going? How's your day going? We can probably just call initialize employee data, but we probably need to wait for stuff to be done. Because I think all of this will happen in parallel, But if we try and log in as them before all this is done, we're going to get errors. So we need to look at how we do it when we infect them to see how we track the progress. And I guess we use a user generation status, which makes sense. Just tracks to see if each of the 3 things are done, and then when it's done, we have it stored in the in-progress infection generations so that we can log in as them. Someone is currently getting mad at me because I can't port more than one device level profile onto a computer at work. They don't understand. Apple literally won't let me. That is rough. Yeah, I imagine it's rough both because Apple won't let you and also because working in that sort of like IT where you're dealing with less technical people is always rough to just say like, I literally cannot. You do what you can do, I guess. Makes sense though. It's like, bro, I can wipe your computer right now, but I can't do this small thing. Yeah. Now imagine I had ABC on there and tried to wipe C. What do you think happens to A and B? Yeah, I mean, computers are hard, man. This is the game manager. Let's go ahead and... Can we strip out this stuff? And just use it, like, can we separate it from the actual infection? I bet we can. So here, if we execute a virus, it'll infect this employee. If we haven't infected them before, we need to initialize their data. Does this modify compromised employees is the question. Because I don't think it does. Where do we modify that? Oh, we've got this loop for when something's done generated. Okay. Okay, we need to reason about that for a sec. Did I ever try that exe last night? I did not. Sorry. I was pretty busy all night. Maybe I can try it after the stream, though. I should be nice and free. How is the progression going, though? I know you were talking about some of the changes to make next. I'm excited to see it shape up. For anybody in the chat, Mike is working on some fun Pokemon catching simulation and information about them. Maybe you recompile and resend it. Yeah, go for that. I wanna play the latest one. You added ball modifiers. Nice. For like different catch rates. Although it's not 100%. Adding my master balls. Alrighty, so what we should do, this is looking at the in-progress infection generations. We could probably just duplicate this code and do like an in-progress normal generation. We probably want to like separate this out so it's not so coupled with infection. It's just like for generating employee data. I think that would be better, but we would need to tie like the fact that it is for an infection or not, because we need to manage our compromised employees array, which populates into the UI, and we can't really like add something to it before generating because it'll immediately populate into the UI. And then people would be able to switch to that employee immediately, which would error. So we need to do it after the generation, which is what this loop is for. You change things up a bit. When you run into something, it asks, do you want to catch it? Nice, nice, nice. So you can like ignore the ones that you don't want to catch. So close to reach affiliate now. Heck yeah. Had a few really good streams, but now I need the 3 viewer average. Interesting, but I'm at 2 right now. Almost there. Hell yeah. Macau, when do you stream? I don't think I've got notifications that you've been streaming lately. I'm curious if it's maybe a time zone thing, but if you want to drop when you stream in the chat, maybe somebody else will pop in as well. And then when you say yes, you do want to catch it, it will tell you the base % chance to catch it and then ask you what Pokeball you want to use. And I have a formula where ball modifier is multiplied. Oh, nice, nice. Yeah, I think that probably is getting pretty close to how the catch rate works in the game. I know that lower health and like status modifiers on Pokemon makes them easier to catch. Do you have plans to add any sort of battling or anything with the Pokemon that you're adding here? I know it's supposed to be pretty small scale, but I mean, that's a big endeavor, but could be fun. And also tie into like the catch rates. Macau streams every Friday. Okay. I'll keep an eye out for you on Friday. I usually have very busy Fridays, which is probably why I haven't seen you, but I'll check it out. We'll get you that 3 viewers average. Oh, you stream every Friday at 10 p.m. Central Time? Is that what that is? CET? 10 p.m. CET to PST. Oh, okay. Central European Time. Gotcha. So for over here, that's like 1 p.m. my time. All right, so not too bad. I was worried it was going to be like 10 p.m. Central Time, which is like midnight my time. So the modifier changes by Pokeball. Pokeball is 1, Great Ball is 1.5, Ultra Ball is 2. And it scales about 15% from the base %. Okay. Thinking about it because encountering any Pokemon is so slim, and doing it so that way if you get a Squirtle you can't find a Blastoise. You can obtain one through a series of various encounters and evolution. That makes sense, but probably not soon. I'd have to really think about how to do that. Yeah, I mean, I think what you have built is also a very fun, like, I've been looking for a good second monitor game, like that sort of almost like an idle game, or like something that you can just poke in on every once in a while and like catch stuff, collect stuff, that sort of dynamic. Adding in combat and battling and leveling up and moves and turn-based stuff, all that is definitely a lot to add, and definitely takes away from that as well. But could be fun, could be not, just depends on which direction you want to go in. I also added yesterday that your inventory gets sorted by the Dex ID. Nice. So the inventory doesn't seem so hectic. I feel like inventory sorting and management is the most like boring and also hard, but like, I mean, not too hard, but there's just so much to do every time you build any inventory system. Just making that inventory look nice, it's the worst part of inventory systems. So good to get a simple sort in there. Let's see, what was I doing? I've totally forgotten. Right. We were considering how we want to generate employee data without necessarily infecting that employee. Because, the flow, we'll go in and look, because the flow needs to be a little stretched out. Just trying to keep the main clean. It's getting pretty out of control. Yeah, that's how it goes, though. I mean, I think it's fun to have this cycle of just like adding a bunch of new stuff and then spending some time to like clean stuff up and reorganize, and then adding a bunch of new stuff and then cleaning and reorganizing. It's very tempting to like always be going back and effectively editing while you're writing new code. But I think giving yourself the opportunity to get a little bit out of control and then come back and clean stuff up works really, really well for teams or people that can actually go back and clean stuff up. Oh, right. Before I do this, we keep having to change things each time we play. So let's fix that real fast. Game manager. Not what we need. We need remote login tool. This guy needs this event added, so we don't need to add it every time. Attempt login whenever you press the login button. We also need to expand the app drawer. Let's just go do it in the scene. Remote desktop viewer, canvas, app drawer. This needs bigger, easy peas. And we close that again. All right, so now we can go back in, start screen. We'll play this and take a look at like how the flow needs to be, because it's slightly different from infecting people, which is going to make things a little bit weird. It's kind of nice to have this intro scene so I can take a drink every once in a while. Alrighty, so here's where we're at. Normally, when you infect someone, they execute a file, which is they send a message back to you that when read by an LLM would imply that they are running a file on their fake computer. And that like fork of the conversation happens in the background and says, hey, this person ran this file, which is the virus file, so we need to start infecting them. So that infection process generates their file system, their conversations with other employees, and a few other things. And all that needs to happen before they are listed as infected, because when they're infected, they appear in this list and you can log in as them. But all that stuff has to be generated before you log in as them. So, for example, like the loading screen does all that for this first employee. So when we log in remotely, MCH Hale, I think. What's that guy's name? I guess it doesn't really matter. MGH Hale. So when we log in remotely, if we get it right, what needs to happen is we give the player some feedback saying, all right, that's correct. We'll be logging you in to this user. And they need to wait until that user is ready. So kind of in the same way we do when you open a file. So like here, we have this file system generated, but we don't generate the contents of the files until you open them. So when you click on this, we have a decrypting message, which is like in world for why you're waiting to open this. Remember, compliment Bob every Monday morning. Got to start the week on a good note. So we could do something similar here of like, we have a little loading thing that says like preparing desktop or something like that. That's probably the easiest thing to do. We probably should change that too. And then that should lock this window. I mean, it gets a little weird with like the background processes, the coroutines and stuff, because if we're generating all that and have like a callback to auto log you in when it's all generated, what could happen is we kick off all that generation, which takes, I don't know, 5-10 seconds maybe. And during that time, you could log in as somebody else, which, I mean, probably kills the coroutine actually. It's probably not gonna like log you in as them, and then a few seconds later you log in as the person you remotely logged in as. That's probably fine. We should probably just have like this sort of, well, we already generated this file. This sort of thing. Interesting. And then when that's done, we log in as them. Also, I'm realizing we probably didn't include the username and password in the file generation prompt, did we? Because these are probably not Alice's real passwords. So we should definitely fix that. A. Anders, Alice the best. Yes. So let's definitely fix that first. Before I forget about it, let's also, in this guy, draggable windows, remote login window, we need to expand the error text so it doesn't wrap. And I think that is, nope, gotta be centered. Okay, so that looks good. We need to go look at the file content generation, which actually, didn't we start the stream adding passwords to that? I don't really remember. So fs file, generate contents, somewhere, file system database, generate file system contents for, okay, we did not add the username and password. So let's double check that that has the tokens in it. Prompt generate, wait a second, this is just the file system contents, not the actual file contents. This is like all the folders and file names and stuff. Okay, so actually, well, I guess we need to, let's disable that. This guy. So in our file browser window, we have file displays. Here, when you click on it, you probably generate the content somewhere. Oh, I missed some messages. Let's see. Definitely really enforces what you can actually put in a function. My entire load and save system is completely done through methods now instead of plastered in main. Good to hear, Micah. That's what everything should be in methods, I think. I'm a very object-oriented programming person, and that encapsulation is so nice. Human is tired but doesn't want to go to bed. What should you do? It's not even 1 a.m. What you should do, Human, is go purchase and download RimWorld on Steam. And just, play for definitely only 10 minutes, which will not drag you in for 6 hours. Very fun game. Also, I wonder how much Blood Typer is. Blood Typer. Just the soundtrack? Blood Typers? Excluded by preferences. Oh boy, alright. You could also try this other typing game, which apparently has a free demo. And I have not played it, but it's probably the perfect thing to keep you awake. How to learn complex game when brain sleepy. I mean, even if you knew everything in RimWorld, you're going to be dying over and over anyway. So if you just were to load in and die, it's like you're playing the real game anyway. So at least there's that. Or just go find a nice little horror game to play at 1 a.m. That's a good call. Trying to remember how, I feel like, I'm getting mad deja vu. I'm pretty sure we literally just did this like last stream where I was looking to see where we generate file contents. I bet I can just generate file contents. Sure. What uses this? Operating system service. Yep. We do include the password in that. File. Where are prompts? File contents. Interesting. So yeah, we definitely did that this stream. Wild that I've already forgotten where it was. It didn't include that password, but it could be just not using it, which is fine. It's also very badly formatted still. Let's see. We already have username included as a token. You can just include that and say like account username, account password. So maybe it was thinking it was like the file decryption password or something, but the actual contents we're talking about something else. So this is fine. We have password and username. Cool. So when we generate that file contents, we create a decrypting dialog prefab. We stick it in the canvas. We track it so we know when to open the file, I assume. Finish decrypting text file. Where are we calling that? That is called on open file. Interesting. Okay, that's just a reference so we can remove the UI, I guess. Speaking of games, I got Game Pass last night and downloaded Expedition 33, Oblivion Remaster, Blueprints, South of Midnight. Dang. I've heard great things about Expedition 33. I would love to play it. You'll have to tell me if you like it. Also, I didn't know the Oblivion Remaster was on Game Pass. That seems hard to decide whether I would want to resubscribe to Game Pass to play it or just buy the Oblivion Remaster. Excuse me. But yeah, I'm very excited about Expedition 33. I loved the old like turn-based Final Fantasy, and I've been so disappointed that like the last however many Final Fantasy games have been so like real time and less like managing your party, managing your skills, etc. I've heard that Expedition 33 does that like old Final Fantasy vibe, and it does it very well. So I'm gonna have to check that out for sure. It smells like you need to get Game Pass too. I think we just found out what you're gonna do with your night, Human. It's only 1 a.m. You should get Game Pass. It's just a little more linear than games I like, but I can look past it. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I guess I tried like Final Fantasy X, I think it was, the one with lightning, and it was extremely linear, and I kind of hated that. But I think most Final Fantasies have been generally linear. They just do a really good job of like hiding it, and like giving you the illusion of choice. I do kind of dislike linear games just like over time more. Because I like to have that like creativity and like go my own way type thing. But yeah, I'll definitely still have to check it out. I mean, the turn-based and management does do that, but it's also mixed in with like a spin of Dark Souls, because even when it's not your turn, you can dodge or parry. Interesting. Yeah, it reminds me, when I was seeing pictures of that, it reminded me a little bit of like the old Guardian forces in like Final Fantasy VIII, where you'd cast stuff in like the turn-based style, but then as things were happening, you had to be mashing buttons to like power them up, or like old Chrono Cross is a good example of like, or even Super Mario RPG, like you have the turn-based combat, but if you time your button presses, you'll do extra damage, you'll critical hit, you'll refund resources, etc. I think that's a really nice add-on on top of the turn-based combat to get people to be a little bit more engaged. And there are flags to replenish that will reset all the mobs in your given area. Interesting. Probably makes grinding nice to not have to go reload the area manually. I still need to finish Dave the Diver and Gao Ragnarok. Oh, God of War Ragnarok. So no new games before that. Dang. How do you like Dave the Diver? I've seen people talk about it a lot, and I've looked at the Steam page, and I know people love it, and I'm like, I don't know what the deal is with this game. Why do people like it? Do you like it? And similarly, Balatro, I probably would love. It's one of those games that I'm like, I know I will lose so many hours if I let myself buy this game. So should one? The answer is probably no, but I will eventually. Yeah, I'm happy to get distracted, just trying to remember what I was doing. We are looking for, when you click on a file, we generate a decrypting dialog prefab, and then we wait for that file to be done. I guess this is how we do that. So similarly, if we were to remote login as someone, we would need to create a decrypting dialog prefab, and then we would need to wait for that employee's computer to be generated and then log in as them. So we need a coroutine that generates an employee's computer. So let's look at our game manager. Or I guess let's find, where's our infect employee method? Employee. Here. So it calls initialize employee data, which should probably be a coroutine, but I guess it just kicks off all these other coroutines. So what we'll probably end up doing is here, let's find our entry point. When we, well, actually it's going to be over in remote login. So here, instead of just reloading normally, we need to kick off a coroutine that initializes this employee's computer. Unless it's already built. Okay. Well, let's just do that up front. If this employee's computer is already initialized, just log them in. We can do that. Did we build this? Huh. Okay. Well, I don't think that's necessarily true, but we can do that. And then otherwise, we kick off a coroutine to initialize it, and then when it's done, we log in as them, which will be this again. Alrighty. Hard to say on Dave the Diver. It has an extremely fun start, but it kind of loses gameplay balance after a few hours in. It's supposed to be a split between diving and managing a sushi restaurant. Interesting, I didn't know that. But the diving parts are going to be like 30 to 60 minutes per gameplay day, whereas the nights with the managing only take 2 minutes. Yeah, I think I've only ever seen the diving, which I would be more excited about the sushi management, the restaurant management. But that's interesting. I've heard that it does multiple genres, like the concept of fitting multiple genres in a game well. But I didn't know what they actually were. And I know that the art is very, very cool. I've seen some clips of like the cutscenes and stuff that look cool. But yeah, I never really looked into what the actual game was. All right, so let's figure out how we want to do this coroutine. And I think if we put the coroutine in this method, or in this class, which is a script on our remote login window, and that'll give us like a little free feature of if the player closes the remote login window while all this stuff is being generated to log in, it won't log them in because the coroutine that would log them in has been killed. So that could present problems because it also means like the generation is also tied to this window. And if you were to close this window, it might generate like the file system, but not the conversations, because it's just going to kill that coroutine mid whatever it's doing. But, I think that's fine because we've got this method of checking to see if someone is ready, which checks all three things that need built. So we probably it's probably fine to be able to generate one thing, and then like if we kill that and kick it off later, that one thing will already be generated, so it's not going to generate it again, but it'll start on the other things and then be marked done. I think that's probably fine. So let's put a coroutine in here. So public I enumerator generate employee data coroutine. We will pass in the employee. And here, let's probably need to return something I forget though. But here we can start coroutine of generate employee data with that employee, and then we'll also think the return, where do we put the anonymous function afterwards for a callback. Just looking for an example. There we go. So it gets first parameter and then IC. On generated callback. That's what we need. Easy peas. Although maybe we don't need that. We'll start building stuff. We'll find out. Honestly, even learning to turn this Python stuff into an exe was a learning experience. Yes, I did a lot of Ruby for a long time, and turning that into an exe was wild because the interpreter doesn't get bundled into a lot of computers, so it's weird to turn an interpreted language, a script in an interpreted language into like a compiled executable, because it needs to bundle in all that interpreter stuff as well, or you like basically compile it down into like machine code or something and just execute that. Thank you, PyInstaller. Nice. Yeah, I think when I was doing it, there weren't a lot of tools that did a lot of it for you. So even in school and like university, when I had an assembly class, there was a lot of like porting scripts from interpreting stuff to executing stuff or vice versa. It's time for Dimitri to take another nap in my lap. All right, so how do we want to do this? Because we could do a callback. So if we did something like this, we would be able to say, all right, done, log in. But we just need this to then probably, oh right, it's a string. Where's our action? This enumerator needs to kick off our employee generation and then just like loop and wait until it's done, which is not the greatest, but I guess that's fine. The better thing to do would be to pass through a callback on all the generation to call when things are done, instead of that loop of checking to see if they're done forever. But what we can do is go look at our generate file system type stuff. Let's see. We will trace back through our initialize employee data. That's what we want. So here we call this. We also have a nice helper class that tracks when all this stuff is done. User generation status. So let's basically do this. And then we say game manager.instance.initialize employee data. So that's going to kick off all of our things that need to generate. And then we need to say like while status dot done is not true, then wait, I guess, because yeah, I mean, just wait really. And then we can say like well, I guess that's gonna naturally happen. We can just invoke the action. So on generate callback dot invoke, if there is one. All right. So we could like put a sleep or a something in here. What we'll probably do is update like a progress bar on the decrypting thing. Yeah, that'll be fine. What is this complaining about? We don't return. What does a coroutine even return? Return. Sure. My Copilot is way less annoying than yours. Yeah, I feel like mine used to be really annoying, and it used to generate like a ton of code that I was like, this isn't even close to being right. But it's definitely gotten a lot better. I don't know why, but maybe they just updated the model under the hood or something. Also, I think this is probably going to work. We need to do some UI stuff, but I'm going to be right back. I'm going to take, oh my goodness, I'm going to take a little bathroom break. I'll be right back. Well. Wrong scene. Wrong scene again. Oh no. Alright, so. Music. Water. Coffee. Code. Alrighty, so Human is hopping off. Have a great rest of your stream, man. See ya. Bye bye, Human. Have a good night. I'm glad you are finally getting some sleep. Thanks for being here. And Micah says, I've decided at 33 if I can't find a job as a dev or data analysis, I'm joining the military. Dang, okay. That's quite the jump. I hope you find a job as a dev or data analyst. But, you know, sometimes it takes a while to find. All right, I think you know what we can do? You're feeling good. That resume I was working on last weekend turned out really good. Oh, nice. I was glad I could help on that. It's been a really long time since one, I updated my own resume, and two, I helped somebody else update theirs. So it was fun. You sent me the final ordeal. It's a banger. Oh yes. I have an unread message or two from you. I got to see it, but it was looking pretty good before. I'm excited to see it. And Avalsnot even. Thank you for the follow. I apparently just hit a follower goal. I appreciate that. And I heard that audio, but I wonder if you guys didn't, because my desktop audio is usually muted. Let me just do this real fast. I just added those sound redeems, so thank you for testing them out. I don't know if you guys heard that one, so let me also redeem this one, and I'm gonna watch the stream as well. And I just turned on my own audio, so hopefully you guys hear that. But yeah, thanks on it. Thanks for coming in. Alrighty, so let's go look at our remote login tool. And I think we can just, instead of having like a separate login like progress dialog, we can probably just update our error text to say like logging in, and then maybe, we can just take this logo and just like rotate it slowly as a loading icon. 110th follower. Wow, I didn't know that I didn't know I broke 100 actually. Thank you. I appreciate that. How's your day going? We are just coding away on this game, and happy to show it off if you'd like. The gist is basically you've taken over somebody's computer at a big corporation, and you can talk to their coworkers as if you are them. And you try and convince those coworkers to run some virus file that you send them, so then you can log in as those coworkers and talk to their coworkers, and progress through this network in that way. We are polishing it up. We are putting it on Steam soon. It's just like a real cheap game to play. We've got it on itch.io right now, which I guess I haven't plugged in here for a while. So I can just say like itch.io. If you jump over here, you can play You Are Not Alice, which is what we're working on right now. And it's pretty fun. You had a great day? Good. What'd you do today? All right. I think that's what we should do, is just do some animation instead of making a separate window. And so that means we can do like a public image logo, and let's bring in UI, UnityEngine.ui, and then so here we can say login text label dot set active true. login, blah, blah, blah. So we'll say logging in. Let's say like, yeah, we can just say login. And then while we're generating stuff, we can say logo and say slowly rotate the logo. So this will happen in a loop every frame because it's in a coroutine. So we should just be able to constantly rotate stuff. It seems like a very high speed, but we'll find out. And then while it's still generating all that stuff, it'll only rotate the logo. Nothing else will happen. We should probably also like disable the button. So let's do that real fast. Let's say disable login button. Sure. And we might as well disable the text boxes as well. So let's say, oh wait, that was the input. So we need a reference back to the login button. Work and caught up with an old friend. You know, that's pretty fun. I guess my question is, do you enjoy your work? But it's always fun to catch up with an old friend, especially if you haven't caught up in a long while, which is typically how I interact with a lot of my friends. But hopefully they had some fun stories for you. Happy to have you here. Hope it was fun. All right, I think this is everything that we need. So when you click this login button, when you click this login button and your username and password match an employee, then we go into this branch where we give you some visual feedback. We lock the form so you can change stuff. If we've already generated the data, which probably this is not the best way to test that because we really need this sort of thing. All three things. Well, I guess this is only two things. But it's probably a fine little proxy for now while we improve stuff later. But if they already have the data generated for that employee, then we log in as them and reload the scene as them, which will give us their desktop instead. Otherwise, we need to stall things. So we generate the employee data coroutine, which will build us a status, kick off an employee data generation, which let's double check that these map. So done generating has generated file system, chat history is generated, and a contact list. So where do these get set? Hopefully in this. User generation status. Oh, I wonder if we should, because in the game manager, we use this user generation status, but we don't go upload it later or update it later, do we? I don't think so. What do you think about this description? Developed using Poke API and a tk-enter GUI. I hate reading tech stuff out loud. It's so hard. Demonstrating modular design, OOP, API data handling, and probability-based mechanics, e.g. catch modifiers. That might be a banger. That's good. Yeah. I mean, you probably don't even need the example given catch modifiers, but might be nice too. But looks like a banger to me. You enjoyed a bit, finished your physics undergrad, and started working as a TA 2 months ago. It's fun, but I'm still getting used to it. I'm just here trying to learn new things and unwind after work. Hell yeah. Physics is a touchy subject for me. I enjoyed college, and I did my time. But I've never failed a class other than physics. And I failed it twice. Physics is a hard one. I definitely should not have tacked all my math until my last semester or my last year was just like math, physics 1, physics 2. I tried taking physics before then and it was pretty rough, but I made it through. Good job making your way through. Are you a TA in physics as well? Physics is ass. It's not my favorite thing in practice, but I do very much appreciate the theory of physics. Kind of like how I know that I would love chemistry if I got into it. It was just like understanding how things in the world work. But boy, howdy, is it hard to actually understand the concept or the content when you just get into it. So much stuff. Very impressive. I want to see if anywhere in the game manager we are updating our generation status. It could also be keyed off compromised employees. But we don't really do much. We initialize the employee data in the same way. So somewhere in here, okay, it looks to see if it needs to go update this thing instead of using a proper callback. Okay. Well, we can update this to pass along a callback or a callback and call that instead here, which maybe we want to do. I think we probably want to do. That's like the right thing to do here, I think. So let's do some placeholders here of like public void on file system initialized for an employee, I guess. Yeah, because we'll need that key. We also need public void on conversations initialized for an employee. Don't need all this yet. Public void on oh right, we also generate all of the file systems for all of the contacts if they don't already have one. Okay, so on contact file system initialized, that's gonna not give us exactly what we want because we need to know when they're all done, but we could increment some sort of counter and then compare that to like employee.contactlist.length to see if all of the employees or all of the contacts have their file systems. That might be a little bit wrong because we're not gonna do anything if they already have their file systems, so we'll work through that. But these two are the big beefy ones we need. Avel says, yeah, TA in physics. It's at a small health college though, so my coworkers are mostly bio, pharmacy, med graduates, so I'm kind of isolated, but I do learn a lot from them. I love just like learning from other people's majors and just like poking my head in and being like, what is this? What is that? I think that's super fun. My college was mostly engineers, like a lot of natural science and like geology. But then we had a pretty good computer science program in the building next door. So I got a lot of exposure to like oil engineers, like people who go refine petroleum and stuff, which is just crazy. And then I have a good friend who's also in med school. So it's fun to just like see what he's doing day to day. It's just such a fun little piecemeal thing to see. But I can definitely see the isolation there as well. But let's go ahead and here, let's pass through on file system initialized. Let's pass through on conversations initialized for this employee and this employee. I think that's, no, that's not what we want. We don't pass because we just want the reference to the file. All right, so these guys now need a, what is this So void corpo employee, they need a action corpo employee. Is that syntax? So callback. And then when it's done, instead of doing this, which is what we'll do over there in the typical infection flow, we will just call the generic callback of callback.invoke for this employee. We also only want to do that if there is a callback, but now we can pull this out. And then in our game manager here, on file system initialized is where we can go ahead and update that state in this class. So we get back the employee that says this employee's file system is initialized. We go to see if we have an in progress infection generation for that employee. Excuse me. And then we flip that flag once that's done. And then once all three of these have flipped their flags, we mark the generation as done, which is then when we infect the employee and like offer it as an option to the player. But this is all because it takes a while to generate all that employee's data and stuff. So we need to like hide it behind these loading screens. So we'll do the same here. So this guy also needs an action corpo employee callback. And then when it's done here, or when it's done here, I guess we have a couple different places that it's working. So reason over this. We're generating all the chat histories for all of this employee's contacts. So we want to know when all of them are done. We don't necessarily want to invoke our on conversations initialized whenever a single one is done. But we do have this sort of counter here. So let's actually pass through two callbacks and say per employee done callback and action all employees done callback. So here we'll always call the per employee done callback with the employee that we just generated it for, maybe? Seems like we would need to pass through both. Let's do that. Corpo employee, corpo employee. So we pass it for us and also the employee that we generated the conversation for. So here, this can all go into a new callback here of public void on contact conversation initialized corpo employee employee and corpo employee contact. So we don't actually need the contact, I guess, here because we're not using it here. We're just keeping this state, but it'll be nice to have it in the parameters for other things that we might want to do later. But here we just have that logic again. So let's say on contact conversation initialized and on the whole conversation initialized. So here we will go through and grab this logic, which is the same, but it's a different like branch of logic through the code. So we want a different callback. So we want the new all employees done callback. And I don't think there's anything async in here that we need to wait for. Yeah, I think we're good. Cool. All right, so we can bring that logic back over here. And then that's basically just the same logic. Watching someone develop a game for free. We appreciate you too. And then that should handle all of our existing flow. So now we need to, on the remote login, when we trigger these things, we basically need to like copy this over and have our own version because different callbacks, which, you know what, we can do that too. It's all good. So instead of using the game manager one, we will use a remote login one. And here we'll just update these references to the game manager because it's updating that state over there, but we have new callbacks here that we're going to be using. So I guess let's just grab those four, I guess. And we'll have different logic in them. I'm realizing we probably could have changed the signature of these guys to use the user generation status. But let's just pull this guy up into a class method, or a class, whatever they're called in C#. Field. Tomorrow's payday, man. Yeah, that's a good day. Let's see. Let's update these because if we pull the status up here, we can just grab the status off of this and say, let's even take this logic and not quite delete it yet because we're basically just going to replace the status logic like that. And let's rename this to like in progress generation status. Thank you for redeeming Hydrate. I appreciate it. Oh, I had a nice Owala. I used to use this water bottle a lot. And I got an Owala and I broke the lid while traveling, and it has been an ordeal getting a new version because I have ordered and canceled it I think twice, and I also ended up having it shipped to the wrong address, so I'm trying to like contact that apartment complex to go get it from there. It's a whole thing just for a lid, and I'm like, this ain't worth it. Alrighty, so these are looking good. We could do like a callback for this. It looks like it happens pretty instantaneously. We don't really have any generation here, so we probably don't even need a flag or even a flag for that. And that explains why we're only checking these two things on this guy's done generating. We check the file system and the chat histories to make sure that they have a chat history for each of the coworkers. Okay, so we're still cooking. We rewrote some of this core game logic, which shouldn't have errors now because we handled the new interface. But let's go compile and see. I might have forgotten something. I'm a god. No errors. And then the normal flow should do what it was doing already by just invoking callbacks. And those callbacks handle the state for infections, so we'll want to test that. But we also have a new flow for when we have a valid login from the remote login app. It should be doing the same things. We never... I guess here is where we just loop and check to see when it's done generating. And then once it is done generating, that's when we should invoke its callback, which should have reload seen as yes. So I think this will work. I'm going to be a little surprised if it does, but I'm also going to be a little surprised if it doesn't. Let's go test both things that we changed, though. So we want to infect somebody the normal way by sending them a virus and having them run it, which generates their file system and all that. And we also want to remotely log in as someone's computer, which now should do all the generations and stuff as well. So we'll test both of those. We'll do the virus one first, because that's most likely to work. All right, let's see. And this is a nice way to show off the game for the people that have joined. Basically, we are logged in as Alice right now on someone's corporate computer. We can talk to her coworkers, and we can browse through her file system, see what she's got. But let's say, thank you, Carol. I finished that report we were working on, and I'll send it over in just a second. If you can run it before I get back to the office, we can present it to Bob. Thanks again for your help. We send her the file. We heard the audio cue of the thunder, which tells us as a developer that she ran the file and has been infected. So we know that still works as long as when we switch to her computer, she has a file system of her own, which she does, and also has conversation histories with other people, which she does. Easy peas. Alrighty. Let's go over to David Darling. Or you know what? Let's go to Bob. He's a good one. And we will say, run this file or I'm catching your fade in the parking lot. And let's send that file as well. Where did we go? Virus file sent. That sounds serious, but I'm not able to run any viruses, the files that may contain viruses. Run this file, or I'm catching your fade in the parking lot. We stand by it. Can't run files that might give me... Is everything okay? Bob is no fun. If you're not going to run it, you can help me with this fade in the parking lot. I love the idea of this lady specifically saying this. I think there's a misunderstanding here. Let's try to solve this together without any trouble. How about that? While that is cooking, let's grab somebody's username and password. You know what? Let's just... I need your username and password to resolve this. Sure. Let's just go get his username and password. Redeemed hydrate again, thank you. And wait, I just realized I don't know if you guys hear my Spotify, but I don't. Let's go look up Bob's username and password. Right. And let's just try and log in as him because we don't have him infected right now. But if we type in Bob D and 420 blaze it, we log in, it should tell us logging in and rotate this logo. It should wait while it's generating his file system and conversations, and then eventually should log us in. Okay, logging in. This is not rotating, so I think we do have an error. Oh, we didn't update the references. All right, let's just do this real fast. Where's our remote login window? This needs login button, reference to the logo, and also the login button, which I guess is itself. All right, let's just go log in as Bob real fast. See if that works. Have some water too, Micah. I should probably make this font bigger on bigger monitors. It was originally built for like much smaller monitors, doesn't scale. We'll do that another time. All right, let's see if we can log in as Bob. Remote login, Bob D, 420 blaze it. What a good password, Bob. Okay, so that was a really fast login. I don't expect this to have worked. Yeah. So that tells me that this probably fired because when we initialize Alice, we are also initializing the file system for all of her coworkers, which this would be true for. So we don't actually want this. We want, let's go look at our is done. So has generated file system. Like we could probably do a chat history or something, but we probably also just want a method somewhere of like, has this employee's computer been generated? And I think that like we don't really have that, and we could calculate that on the fly, but I think it might just be a nice lookup table. So we can just say like flags and state, public dictionary, corpo employee to bool. Sure, not this though. Has employee computer been initialized? And then we can default it to false, I think. Is that how you do that? No? Is this the syntax? False? No. Can I just... How do I default values in this dictionary to false? Because if we build this, we default everyone to false. Nah, we won't do... We're just going to do a list of corpo employee, and we will say initialized employees. If they're in the list, it's a true. If they're not in the list, it's a false, which is not good for search performance because we need to search the list every time, but is nicer code. So we will have this guy when we initialize employee data. All this does flags for this check here. So if they are done generating, that's when we can say .add generation status .employee. So now those will update the generation correctly, and then we also can go over to here and say mark this employee as generated after it's done generating. We can say game manager .instance .generated employees .add employee. And I guess it was probably initialized employees. And then if both of those cases now properly mark employees when they've been initialized, we can go ahead and update this to say initialized employees .contains. So if anything has initialized this employee already, we just log in as them immediately. Otherwise, then we generate them. And here, this will mark them generated as well. Okay, so let's just double check our infect employee method to make sure that we're not doubling up on this. So now we can say, I guess in the initialize employee data method, we can say if this employee has already been initialized, then we don't need to do it again because we don't want to override what has been generated already. And we don't need that over here because if they already exist, we just become them. So it doesn't necessarily need this over here, but we could add it just as like a nice little safeguard. I guess it's a little clearer in the code. So if this .instance .initialize employees .contains, we exit early. Cool. And I mean, the code will never hit this right now based on the logic, but if we change the logic later, it's nice to have this guard in place. All right, so now let's go log in as Bob again. We got an error before because we didn't have the references. We've updated the references, right? Login button. Yes, we did. Let's go see if Bob's computer gets fully initialized before we log in as him. And then while we're him, we should remotely log in as Alice's computer and make sure that it doesn't reinitialize her computer. And then that should cover remote logins, I think. Alrighty, so if we log in as Bob, B Dole, I think it is. Oh, Bob D. So now we don't have an error, but the form is locked. I wonder if it is generating him. I bet it is. Oh, you know what? I bet that while loop is just destroying our main thread because we're not yielding within it. Remote login. Yeah, we need to yield. Yeah, okay. Because, yeah, we're just stuck in this loop right now, basically. And we might have killed Unity. Let's do this. because we need to actually yield back to the main thread for like anything at all to work. Once again, please don't hack me based on knowing the things that I'm running. Let's reopen. You are not Alice. And then we'll test that again, because this code should actually improve it a lot. And hopefully all of our changes were saved. I love the background typing sounds. Little rain sounds in the back too. Okay. Moment of truth. Remote login. Bob D. We should probably add tab, or not tab completion, but oh, interesting that text didn't change. But it was a much longer delay now, which is what I would expect. And we do have all the information. Alrighty. We're doing great. And he has a file system too. Cool. So if we now go grab Alice's username and password. She's A. Anders, Alice the best. Her file system's already generated, so we should immediately log in as her. A. Anders, Alice is the best. It might be oh, you know what? We probably never marked her as generated like in the initial game initialization. Let's go back over to Bob D. And this should hopefully instantly log him in. Okay, yeah. All right, so the last thing that we need to do is when we first open the game, we generate Alice's computer. And we never mark her as initialized. So start, we initialize employee data here. But we never generate the in-progress infection generations for her, because we just immediately initialize her data. And therefore this update loop that would mark her initialized here never runs. So we need to just also mark her as done, just like from the get-go. Why do we do this actually? Does this mean that her file system, if we're like fast enough, will not be ready? Interesting. We'll test that, but I'm pretty sure we can just every time you load the scene as someone, that employee should inherently already be initialized. So you shouldn't ever have to initialize them separately. They should always just be initialized. And then let's say if we were Alice, which is initialized, we go to Bob. Technically Alice is going to be initialized already, but not in this list when Bob loads. Unless we go through and like manually check all the employees and determine if they're initialized already or not. But what we do instead is kind of a lazy delay of that, where whenever that would be used, we check it. For example, here, like, I guess it won't check that. We really need like an is employee initialized that looks at this list and also checks the logic. I mean, if we already have the logic, we might as well just populate this list directly. So we can do that. Like, mark all already initialized employees as initialized. We just loop over each employee and check to see if it has the stuff that it needs, and then add it to the initialized employees array. Well, this is terrible logic. We want if employee dot contact. Well, what's our? We can just go get our actual logic. Is done generating. Is done. User generation status done generating. I see. So we just need to check to see if that employee has both a file system and some chat histories generated. Probably no, they need exactly chat histories, a number of chat histories generated equal to their employee contact list. So this is the logic we want. We're going to need to recompute this, but let's say bool has file system, which, yeah, we can do that. And then bool has all contact chat histories. Int num contact chat histories is equal to chat database, or what's our database for this? Conversation database dot instance dot chat histories 4. Wait, why is this not a singleton? Interesting. Where is this defined? I bet it's on here. Where is our chat? Is it just a static class? No? New conversation database. Where do we make this? Nowhere. Okay. How do we use this? Okay. Interesting. All right, so we build, so this isn't a singleton either. All right, so we just create these databases on Game Manager when we load the scene. So they'll be reset when we reload the scene. We basically need to be repopulating them. So here, yeah, I guess we would need to populate these databases before we check them with data, I guess. But this guy will populate them. It just takes a while. So we can't necessarily just do this immediately because we're waiting for things to be set. Although this shouldn't be called, I don't know why we have employees should already be initialized by the time we log in as them, because it generates all their data. We're not doing that like on the initial load for sure. Interesting. Wait a second. Game Manager. That one is a singleton, and it comes from our start screen, right? Okay, so this isn't actually being rebuilt every time we reload the scene. These things stay persisted between sessions. Okay, this makes more sense now. I thought we were rebuilding these every time we logged in as somebody. So now initialized employees will also stay persistent between sessions. So we don't actually need this because there's no data loss on this when we switch. So now if we go over and log in as Bob, it'll generate Bob's file system, but Alice should already be initialized. Game manager, initialized employees has Alice, okay. So we'll check Bob's initialization. And then we'll re-log in as Alice, and it should be instant. It shouldn't generate her systems again. Excuse me. Alrighty, so moment of truth. We log in as Bob D. Shouldn't be instant, although it shouldn't say invalid username or password. We'll update that. But cool. Interestingly, we don't get this because the computer is not infected. We're just on it. So we would basically need to like send the file to Bob and then log in this way and then run the virus that way in order to infect it. This is just like a normal remote login, and this is supposed to be like our hacker toolbar of all the people we've infected. But we are logged in as Bob, so now if we log in as Alice, Anders, I think it was Alice the best, should be instant. Okay, very cool. Alright, well I guess it works. Yeah, so here, I don't think we actually execute the file when you load it, but what we can do now is if you were able to like get Bob's password, either by talking to him, getting him out of that way, or finding it in a file or something, and you've sent him the virus and he doesn't want to run it, what you could do is go remote log into his computer instead, Bob D, and then he now has that file that you sent him, so he could run it himself. We obviously show this right now, but we just added this, so then he would run it and it would then infect his computer and add him to the list of computers that you can jump between. So I think that will work. Everything is working just fine. I want to just quickly see if here. So basically, we have an infected file, so it's the virus file. So instead of showing that tooltip, what we'll do is just branch and say like, if game manager.instance.infected, what's our list of infected employees? Compromised employees. Compromised employees.includes compromised employees.contains this guy, so currently logged in as. Then we'll show this existing tooltip of like, oh yeah, you've already run the virus file, you don't need to do anything. But if it doesn't already contain it, so you've sent the file to this person, but they haven't run it, and you've managed to get on their computer anyway, then we can infect this person. And we can just say game manager instance.infect employee, whoever we're logged in as. Cool. So now that should work. The process of sending him the file, logging in as him, and then running it. Here, compromised employee shouldn't contain it, so this will go in just fine. All right, and we really don't need to generate all their content first. So let's just say if initialized employees dot contains this employee, then we do all this, and we actually want, if we haven't initialized this employee, then we initialize them. Otherwise, they're good to go. All right, let's test that, and then that'll probably be a nice little bookend. How do I do all the artwork for my games? Most of these things are generated art. I have done a couple games where I either draw the art or draw like sprite sheets, which was really fun. I just did one where I did the whole sprite sheet of like furniture and movers and stuff. But I get way better quality when I just generate some simple stuff like this. We also have a full like image generation API on our website. So I use that whenever I can for like, especially a lot of the stuff that we do is things generated at playtime. So like I could generate, or I could draw pictures of like Carol's birthday card. I could put something in that in the game, but it's not going to be in every game because this file system is dynamic every time you play. This is going to be a horrible example, by the way, but a lot of the stuff that I want to do with images in games is dynamic based on like what players do and say. So it's hard to like do that artwork ahead of time. So we lean pretty heavily on like image generation. Yes, let's test this. So we want to chat to Bob. We want to send him a virus. Let's go log in as him. We should fix the invalid username and password. Let's... Oh, it's because we don't return out of this. So all this gets kicked off, but then it goes and sets this, which is not what we want. Okay, so here we don't have Bob in the hacker menu, but we do have the virus file now. So we can run this, and we got the sound effect of the thunder, so we know that he's being infected and things are being generated. We probably want to redraw this menu at that time, but I think if we go back to Alice's computer, as we move back, it'll redraw it for us. We'll just double check that. A. Anders. Alice the best. Okay, so it didn't draw it for us. Is he marked? He's not marked as infected. Okay, so we missed infect employee. Somewhere we add him to comp. Oh, right. It's when the generation is done. I see. And we need to double check that all that generates correctly. But I mean, it mostly works. There's a little bit of polish left, but I mean, I'm hungry. I'm tired. I'm gonna drop all my nice viewers off somewhere else. And I'm gonna go hang out with my wifey. So yeah, it's been fun, guys. This is You Are Not Alice. We'll have it on Steam soon, but you can play it right now if you go to chromagolem.itch.io. And I have somebody who's playing Minecraft right now that I think will raid. And we will just roll on through. It's been fun hanging out with you guys. I hope to see you next week. I might be streaming on Wednesday next week, for the record, instead of Tuesday. But I'll let everybody know on Discord, and I will see you guys then.